Alrighty. Hello, hello. Get this set up. All right. So hello to everybody watching as a VOD as we wait for everybody to come in for the live. If you're watching this later on YouTube, hi, my name's Ashley. I am a character and creature concept artist and a character artist in general. And what we do on this stream is usually just take a sphere and mash it around into a whole bunch of fun shapes and just try to find a a sculpt or a concept, anything from that mess of shapes, and try to, make it coherent. But it's not really like for a specific project or anything. We treat these streams just like you would a sketchbook. So it's not, with the intent to finalize it into a game model or a film model or a printable even. It's quite literally just to sketch. So if that is your type of thing, feel free to hang out. They're a 4-hour-long session. Of course, anything that you do sketch-wise could always be refined after. That is the beauty of ZBrush, is you can be nice and rough and sketchy at first, and if you like your ideation, you can always refine it and bring it into a clean place for whatever project you might have imagined it for anyways. So hello, welcome. We're just going to get started here. If you have any questions you'd like to chat, if you're in the live, feel free to give me whatever you got in the chat. we talk about random things, not always specifically ZBrush related, but that's what this is mostly about. So if you do have any ZBrush questions or anything like that, I've got my ZBrush shirt on today. They sent me a ZBrush shirt. It was very nice of them. Hello. Hi, Amir. Hi, Marito. Hi, Beck. Hi, Reaper. Hi, Paul. How are you guys doing? Brother's dog has learned the art of jumping fences. Fantastic. Dogs are crazy for that kind of stuff. All right. So I moved my UI around just a little bit. I still have to move it around a little bit more. So if I fumble around a little bit, take pity on my poor soul. All right, let's start moving things around. And I will, I'll answer your stuff as we go. Let's see. Okay. Let's get some big sideways shapes. I'm gonna keep zoomed out for a little bit here. I'm gonna take the mask lasso to try and get some crazy shapes. And remember, if you're familiar with these streams that I do, I usually leave things very crunchy, and that's kind of part of the sketching process for me. I like to just focus on the silhouette, and then you can always clean that stuff up later. But this is what I'm saying, is it's like we aren't going off of any particular we're not going off of any particular concept. We're trying to create something here. I'm just focused on like a side view. All right, and then we've got this in the front. Maybe not really sure what we're gonna go here. Kind of reminds me of a manta ray a little bit. I like to focus on really big shapes, but sometimes I'll pull out a little bit here just to see if like anything's happening. Didn't think so. I think I want to keep this like a pretty good curve. Like the curve. I think right up here we could create some kind of a cranium space. Interesting. Let's inflate a little bit here. You can actually pull it forwards. Smooth this out so it's nice. There we go. I wanna keep those curves. What's my favorite sculpt? What sculpt do you have the most fun on? Oh, that's a tough one. Because I like so many. So this is the thing with me is like I like so many different genres. You know how like you look at an artist and you can pinpoint exactly what it is that they like to do. Like there's a lot of like people that have like these genres that they are just so specialized in and so good at. For me, I find myself drifting kind of all over the place. So I do a lot of cute things. I've worked in preschool and things like that. And then I also like horror and gore. And then I also like, you know, fantasy. I like sci-fi. You know, there's like a big breadth of interesting topics that I'm interested in. So when it says when you ask me like what's my favorite, I find things to enjoy in like all the different genres. So it's kind of hard for me. But I can show you what I recently worked on, which was actually quite enjoyable to just kind of turn my brain off a little bit for this one. I mean, not turn my brain off, but it's like a little bit more relaxing. Is I recently, hold on. Sorry, one sec. I can bring it up here. My monitor resizing can be a little bit weird sometimes. Anyways, grab that. Cintiq. There it is. So I made this little cute guy recently. I'll give you this if you want to peruse yourself. There you go. But yeah, this was like a lot of fun because it's sort of just a cute, you know, simple big shapes, and then I get to play around with you know, just key shot and having some very simplistic but yet, you know, realistic textures. So it wasn't, you know, it's not like I'm trying to go for something super heavy or anything like that. Just like a cute little guy. The cute little guy sitting on the ground, being all cute just for the sake of it. You know? So that was my most recent enjoyable sculpt. But that's not my all-time favorite, which is very hard to answer. I also genuinely enjoyed making the Blood Bishop from Diablo as well. Not the official one, the fan art that I did. I also really enjoyed doing the Eye of Tomorrow. You know, like there's lots of different things, right? So let's see. Let me grab. Looks cute. I know. That was the point. This whole thing is being cute. That's his whole personality, is being cute. Actually, let me give this one of these. It would be kind of cool, right? Like this. But then this bottom piece right here, I don't know about that. I'm gonna pull it in. Like so. I'm looking for some very interesting, strange shapes, thinking of like, where can I put things that normally maybe I wouldn't. This is a good way to kind of break out of the monotony. If you're doing things from reference all the time and you want to kind of like stretch your imagination muscles, because I mean, okay, not muscles, but if you want to work your imagination, you want to build on your imagination, the best way to do that is to actually put away the references for a little bit, just for a couple of sketches anyways, because obviously you want to be referencing in order to improve overall your, you know, visual library, and also make sure that what you're doing is grounded in reality at any given point in time. But if you're going to be stretching your imagination, you want to work that a little bit better, reinforce it, you should maybe try putting the references away and work at whatever it is that comes to your head. And you'll find that it can be a little bit stiff at first, but you just keep trying things, you know, you just start pushing shapes and doing things that you wouldn't normally do and seeing if you could go anywhere. And yeah, sure, like you won't know exactly how off the mark it is in terms of anatomy. If you're trying to go for a realism or whatever the heck you're going for, you won't know how off the mark it is, but that's okay, because you should be initially just working on the idea. The idea doesn't need to be super accurate right off the bat. You can always increase that as you go, like, you know, go back to references afterwards. it's incredibly hard to start with a reference of something, and then you're stuck to it and you're copying that almost, and then trying to be imaginative after the fact. Work in like your fun shapes initially, and then see how that can work with reference afterwards. No, I did not work on the Diablo. No. That's why I said fan art. I did not work on Diablo. Would have been cool, but no. I love Diablo. Hey Ham, how are you? What's up, Leonard? Hey, Bobbles. What's up, dude? Manu, oh my gosh, like everybody's here. How's it going? Hi, Shader. Yeah. Do you think it's worth to use a graphic tablet with screen when already having good monitors? So I have amazing monitors. they were not cheap, and it's great for color calibration and everything like that, because actually the Cintiq that I have is not super great for color. So I have a more accurate sense of what color is when I put it up to my other screens. I do think it is worth it having a screen tablet, but if you're just starting off, or if you're really worried about your back and your shoulders and your posture in general, I would recommend actually just not using a screen if you can, because when it comes to sculpting, you don't need it. For me, it helps a lot because I also paint, and having that like tactile, like I'm direct onto what I'm doing with painting really helps. But it's not great for your posture, which is also why I have a standing desk on top of that. So it's like you can see how all these things can start costing you some money. Yeah. So if you're looking for something cheaper and better for your posture, and sure, it's not exactly the best for hand-eye coordination, but you can train that, then I would say yes, get a table tablet, not a screen one. Are you a freelance artist? Are you employed by VFX? Currently, no work. No work at all. And that's okay. That's fine. But what I was working recently as in the animation industry. As freelance, yes, to answer that. Let me grab some other primitives here. So yes, the things that I do on stream are usually very different than, like, for example, that seed guy. That's more in line with what I did for work. Okay. I think, yeah, I'll come back to this in a sec. I'm gonna, I don't know, neck area or something. Make sure that it connects, obviously. I don't want it shoving off into space for nothing. Yeah, this could be kind of interesting. Again, I'm not sure exactly what genre, like, what flavor of creature this is gonna be yet, but we're cooking. No flavor yet. Okay, so sometimes what I like to do, not sometimes, a lot of the time, is I'll go into Transpose Master. I'm going to T-pose the mesh, and then that brings all of the subtools that you were working on into one single tool, so that you can make changes, big changes. Make sure that you always enable symmetry, though, because you don't come in with symmetry. Make sure you enable symmetry when you do this. So you can make big changes that will apply to all subtools simultaneously, and then you can throw it back into individual subtools afterwards, which makes, like, silhouetting way easier. I wonder if people still use still use monitor color corrector equipment. I've seen some things like that when you're very, very like specific, especially if your job is in like comp and things like that. Yeah, I can imagine. Like, I remember when I was working at studio, this was like a little while back now, so like, you know, 6 years or something like that. When I was at studio, there was multiple departments that had very like they were very specific monitors for color correction and color management. Like it was they were built for that. Happy Wednesday, Quicks. What are we working on today? I do not know. Something with horns. I'm going to try a what is it? I can never remember. Bend curve is not, no, bend arc is what I want. Yeah, I'm gonna try to give this more shape here. And pull this. These are the deformers. If you aren't aware of the deformers, you can get a lot of like interesting shapes just by using some of the deformers. I enjoy using them to push and pull certain aspects. Like, what if I brought all of that in, you know? Oh, and then it would be like hiding his eyes. That's kind of, see what I mean? By like, you can figure out some cool things just by pushing it around. Right. The cones. Let me try. Wait, is it this one that I was doing? Yeah. Let's see. Just in a bit. And it's dependent on like where you're looking too, so maybe I want to do that. No. Actually, he could be really sad down there too. Can help you like get some like ideas here. Pull that down. What does that look like on the side? No. All right. Just the circle then. Me apply. Let's grab the, not the transpose. So yeah, I do think I want to do something like that actually. Okay, before I do that, I'm gonna send this back. I'm going to Dynamesh this main piece because I don't want. Sometimes I do want the stretching, but I don't always want the stretching. Right now, this is gonna be fine. This is probably too high res, so let's do something in the 54, 48 range. That'll be fine. Yep, that's better. All right. Hey, Kate. Cintiq was set to Adobe RGB by default, and it has 8-bit color depth. Only the gradients are going to be a bit, yeah. Yeah, I don't really care too much about that kind of stuff. Like, you know, just quick checks on my other monitor. And besides, like, usually I am rendering on my other monitors anyways. I'm not rendering like on my Cintiq. So it doesn't really matter that much. And usually with like Photoshop too, I have like the viewfinder on the other monitor as well. So it's just like a quick glance up and down. Oh, it's actually too dark from my Cintiq or whatever. Then it's an easy fix. But to get I would like to get a new screen tablet for sure. That would be great because this one's old, but it's fine enough. What's up, Master? Back in the olden days, we had to degauze the old school. Oh my god. Big magnet around the screen? Say what? Oh my gosh, that's incredible. That's cool though. I don't know, there's something about like the tactile feel of old tech and the fact that you would have to run a mag. Is that real? You had to run a mag. I can imagine it, but it like, that's crazy. Oh, no. It's still working. I just have to do workarounds for color management and things like that. Which is fine. I'm not a hyper technical person anyways. Alright, so what was I gonna do here? I was gonna like... Actually, let's... Okay, I really want to do something crazier with these horns. Let's do some problem solving here. Great, that's fine. Let's... Okay, we can create more of like a curve coming out like this. Do you want this to feel more like... Yeah, and I don't really know what this is. I'm just going off of vibes right now, which is fine. I'm gonna flatten this. I accidentally pulled that out, which is totally fine. Pull. Maybe. Little bit goofy, but it could be kind of creepy. Wait, watch this, right? So it has big eye sockets. Then if we make it tiny eye inside of the big eye socket. We're in weld. Let's go, dude. Like, okay, I'll come back to that in a sec. Make it less goofy. I'm gonna take the AccuCurve because I want like on the apex of like a lot of these curves right here to be a little bit sharper. But you gotta be on the right angle for that. Nope. Maybe just in general, I want this to be smaller. do that, and then I'll move on to the body, just because like I'm starting to get an idea of what I want to go with. Yeah, I think I want to give it like more jaw than anything. This, kill that. CRT. Wait. Sorry, I gotta catch up. Oh shoot. Okay, I gotta catch up. DGAW's monitor right now. All right, let's see. DGAWsing a monitor. Oh my gosh, are you kidding? These monitors? How come I don't even remember? Like, I don't remember that ever being a thing. Because I had one of these. I don't remember it being a thing that we had to run a magnet around it. That's crazy. That's so cool. Wow, okay, that makes sense. Hi, Krugner, how are you? Those CRTs on a 18K silicon graphics computer, so you do less than what your phone can do now. Yeah, I know. It's been quite the leap. I remember fully how heavy they were. I remember it hurting one of my toes in a move. Your school forced us to learn Mudbox. Mudbox ain't that bad. Trying to find a job and realizing most people are not even sure what Mudbox is. Yeah, no. Okay, well, first I'm glad that the videos has helped. So that's awesome. But Mudbox is like, it's not too bad. Like you can still do stuff with it, but for sure there's more capability in ZBrush. In fact, like I know that there are some artists like Ian what's his name? Ian Spriggs uses Mudbox in conjunction with ZBrush. So sure, yeah, Mudbox is dead. Well, there's like a lot of people that still kind of use it because of its camera capabilities, right? And so there's you know what? I don't know about this thing right here. But the thing is about like understanding software is like you go, like you can, if you learn one in a similar vein as another, then it's a transferable skill. Like you're gonna be fine. I don't know about this. I don't like this. It's too goofy. Ooh. Wait, where's my paintbrush? Hold up. Let me just. No. Yes. Ooh. Okay. It's don't worry, I'll change that. I just need to move on to something else, try and get like a different idea over here. Ooh. Vacuum tubes are your first few TVs. You have the old. Hey Goldine, how are you? Hawaii. I'm gonna try and so I'm also when I'm pushing and pulling these things, I think I've said this 1,000 times, but anybody new, you see how there's like a negative space here? Negative space being like there's like, I'm not talking about this thing. If I remove this, right in here, you can see where my cursor is going. This is like a negative shape. So I'm looking for these kinds of interior shapes of the design that kind of create a nice curve that's that continues. So by bringing this and creating like this divot here, I'm creating a sort of like circular flow. And this neck is already got this this neck shape or whatever we're gonna end up making this, right? Already has like this curve to it. So I'm kind of just trying to make sure that all of it is going off of that same curvature. Now up here, we have a little bit of a problem. Don't worry about the kawaii face. That's its own problem. So I'm gonna try and get a better taper. The Omni-Man sculpt? Yo, I forgot about that one. That's funny. I never finished that. It was a little rough, I remember, on stream. When I was doing it on stream. Like, that was a rough stream session for me. I was not having a good art day, I don't think. But you win some and you lose some. After stream, I was able to get it to somewhere of a comfortable place, I think. My eyes, they're all right. They're all right. I can't complain. I mean, I could, but I'm not going to. All right, I gotta get rid of this like silliness right now. It's driving me absolutely bonkers. By the way, if you for new people, I don't know how helpful this tip is, but if you're trying to scale up something that you're using symmetrically, you see how it like goes off. Well, that's because it doesn't have local sim on. So if you put on local symmetry, make sure to take off dynamic, by the way, and then you're going to be able to increase it wherever your gizmo is, and it will stay on that local site of your gizmo. So if I were to put it over here, it will respect that, right? But if I have it centered to the object, it will locally scale up based on wherever that gizmo is. You put dynamic on, then that is going to be gizmo specific. Now you have symmetry, local symmetry based on your gizmo specifically. So that means that you can come in here with your drawing tool, and now your symmetry line is actually where your gizmo is, right? So it's not world based, it's gizmo based. So that's actually extremely helpful if you're doing things asymmetrically, but it needs symmetrical patterns, and you've already moved things into place, blah blah blah. Then that's a good use case for that. But so just make sure that you're going to tick off dynamic though if you don't want to deal with that. Otherwise, if you have that on, well, the other one isn't going to respect the you know, what your non-dynamic local symmetry is, right? So then you have everything scaling where it should be. I think actually we're just gonna turn these guys off for right now. Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of. So as much as I like streaming, I have to talk to you guys about how excited I am to not be streaming tonight because I want to get back to my book. I am thoroughly enjoying the Silo series right now. Like I'm so hooked on it. I finished wool, and now I am on to dust. My goodness. I can't stop thinking about it. This alien Balrog, yeah, he's got like a stupid mouth. I'm gonna actually change that up a little bit. It's got like lips. I don't know if I like it. Like it's got lips, right? Like it's kind of weird, but I'm also like I'm not that mad. It's just kind of like he's like holding his he's like sexy, you know? Looks like a bad boy. Wait, like you were to just give him a little cute. You see what I'm talking about? He's like biting his bottom lip. Like he's excited. I don't know, it's weird. It's kind of weird. Go lie. I don't know. Too bad Noman doesn't have a Canadian office. They would probably. Oh, thank you. I appreciate the kind words. If CGMA needs me for the spring term, I know that I had to turn them down for the winter term because of the eye drama, but they I might be teaching again. We'll see. Oh my god. Wait, was the sorry. Sometimes you just have to, you know? Sometimes you can. It was really helpful, the Omni-Man one. Okay, I'm glad that it was helpful at least. I remember it being like a frustrating experience for me because I had something in my head and it wasn't coming out as fast as I'd liked it to. You know, it's relatable, I'm sure. You're the first on your block to get a color TV and a quadraphonic. What is that? What is a quadraphonic stereo? That's like, that sounds old as hell. I'm not gonna hear anyone out with this. Hold on. We've got some open-minded people in the chat, right? Okay, you know what? Let me try something else here. Now you might be wondering, how does that function? How do these things even make any sense? And to that I say, Functionality, isn't that an interesting thing to think about? They're okay. What's up, Jay? What is that? I don't know, man. I don't know. We're figuring it out. We're working through whatever it might be, and you'll turn it to something. Just be patient with it. It's kind of like you're looking up at the clouds. You'll see what you want to see. The creatures you can find in anime, yeah, I know, they're all like beautiful. Oh, you know what it kind of reminded me at first of? You know, from Castlevania, the guy with his hands. Like, no spoilers or anything, but the guy with his hands. Skull Island. Oh man, it's coming out soon. The new Godzilla, I think. It was a 4-channel stereo. I mean, you gathered that much from Quad. They used to balance the sound where you were sitting. Problem was only one person really got the benefit. That sounds super cool. Because, like, what is it? Is that like a precursor to, like, you know, Dolby 8.1 type stuff? Or I don't know. I'm not a sound person. I'm not a sound nerd. All right, let's do the midsection. What do we want? What do we want to do with this guy? Are we doing humanoid? Seems like we are, but we don't have to, right? Like, we could do like dragon. We could. There's nothing really stopping us. Okay, so I'm gonna actually resize all of this. Whee! Because my dynamic brush is going. It's going places. That's exactly what it was. Oh, okay, A+ to me for having 2 brain cells. Any suggestions for learning how to bling out your renders in Photoshop? I mean, I shouldn't be like talking too much about other softwares on the ZBrush stream in terms of like that kind of stuff, but make sure that you use your levels, lots of levels, because if you render something out, a lot of the time it can be a little bit washed out. Like the first render that you have from Keyshot can look a little bit washed out if you didn't do any post-processing on it. So make sure that in ZBrush or in Photoshop afterwards, you're utilizing all of the layer, the curves. Sorry, thank you. There we go. But I can show you the difference. Like I do a little bit of painting, sometimes a lot of painting. It depends on how quick of a sketch it is. But I can show you the difference of the raw versus, hold on. And Keyshot already has some, it already has some, okay, sorry. Has some post-processing effects as well that you can do, but you'll see the difference here in terms of like very minimal post-processing versus Photoshop, what I do without going into the program anyways. But you can see like the your raw render that you get, even with like, you know, good lighting and all of that, if you don't want to like absolutely blow your computer up with you know, bounce light and global illumination and like all of the different things that are just going to be sending the light rays into a billion different directions to give you more of like a realistic and brighter look, if you want to just like get it out, you know, in under a couple of hours, then the you know, you're going to be doing a lot of like edits afterwards. And it's not uncommon as well that in film, you know, a lot of work happens in comp in terms of brightening things up, changing colors, putting different effects on as well. So it's not unheard of that, you know, your render, you know, you light it perfectly and everything, and just like the raw render itself, it might look a little washed out. It's like, don't feel too ashamed of yourself for something like that. Like, you could spend so long doing that. Or you think of it like, okay, well, if this was in a production, you know, things would change in comp anyways, right? So as long as you have those, if you have all your colors there and all of your information, like, you know, your whites aren't like totally blasted out of the water or something like that from your raw render, then everything should be fine. Like if you're into photography, one thing that happens, you know, if you're taking HDR images, is you bring it in and all of that raw data is already there for you to play with. It's not as robust in like a Keyshot render, for example, but you know, if you're, let's say you did have whites that were blown out with the raw images that you were taking with your photos, you could still easily, you know, change that because all of that information is there. It's just, it can't be like too much, right? It can't be like way out of the water. So it's kind of the same concept here, is like, make sure that all of your levels are relatively like where you want them before you render out, and then you can fix anything afterwards, right? All right, let's see. The Gemini AI, I don't know. There's been so many AI fails. I don't know. AI is just tired of it. Yeah, Castlevania is great. Some people say that you should always respect anatomy when creating models, but if you're making something that's the opposite of human, animal shouldn't always matter, right? Thoughts? So anatomy is something that you study, like, and you should never put it to the side and say, I don't need this anymore. It's always going to be in your subconscious. The more you study something, the more it's in your subconscious. It's not something that you're actively thinking about. It's something that the back of your head is thinking about. So this is what we call intuition, right? there's a lot of things that I do as an artist and a lot of other professional artists do that they can't really like immediately pinpoint. They would have to sit and think about it for a while because it's actually your artistic intuition. This is built upon, you know, everything that you're studying, etc. So when people say that you need to respect anatomy when you're creating models, it's true, but a lot of it can be intuitive. You don't have to sit there and, you know, get all stiff, you know, with what you're creating. You can separate the two. That's what I find is more effective. Now, again, different people, different methodologies. Some people are a lot more strict in the way that they work, the more methodical, etc. Kind of the same way that, you know, I use the snake hook brush because it's more free, versus some people would prefer move because it's more precise to what they want, right? So it's there's different ways of thinking about approaching art. But the way that I like to, when it comes to something with like respecting anatomy when you're creating models, etc., is that it is in the back of your head. So you're always working at improving at your weak areas, and then you're splitting the two where you're going to have fun with shapes and things like that, and let your subconscious, like that intuition, work. Everything that you've learned, it's going to work naturally. And then afterwards, then you go and you reference and cross-reference what you've done and what you already know intuitively to be true, and how that can be pushed further, how that can be corrected with reference afterwards to then boost it and push it forward. I find that that's also a great way to learn from your mistakes and make your piece better in the same breath, right? So take that with a grain of salt. Some people would prefer that you don't do it that way, right? It depends person to person what is the most effective way, because we all learn different. We all do art differently, right? Dojo? I think I remember who you're talking about, yeah. Where is the cylinder? Okay, it's right there. I always forget that when I resize my sculpts, they're like way off the world origin. Oops. I don't know what to do that. Is this dynamished? No, it's not. What are you sitting on my foot for? It's rain. It's not gonna hurt you. He hates the sound of rain on the window. You're fine. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see where this is going. I think this is too chonk. do a dye mesh real quick. Blockout, do you have a license for this blockout? I don't have a blockout license. I don't have a blockout license. I'm not willing to get one. Not, nope. Don't start with me. don't do it. I'm not getting involved in that. Honestly, like, every time there's Twitter drama, I try to, like, not be involved. What do studios require most of a 3D artist skill when hiring for animation? That you're able to follow concept and you have really clean topology that is very easy to subdivide. And you know, if you're depending on if you're going into environment or if you're going into character, they want to see a lot of facial topology. They want to know that you can do that. You know what you're doing when it comes to like basic loops and stuff. And then they want to make sure that you're capable of translating a 2D design to a 3D design very well. Because in animation, a lot of the time, unlike games, the requirements of like texture and like just surfacing, that's a very specific department. Whereas games, like a lot of the time, a character artist will do the whole pipeline, right? In animation, a lot of the time, you have your modelers, and then you have surfacing department. And there is overlap there with like games as well, especially on larger productions, but it's a little bit different because the model that you're going to be like the modelers that they use, like the models that they use for animation, a lot of the time, because you have to have them very like clean. There's a lot of like back and forth from the rigger to the modeler as well, just to ensure that everything is working, you know, with sub Ds and stuff. It's just a different workflow. And yeah, just make sure your topology is good. Is this a pony? Yes, it's my little pony. No, I'm gonna change this up. I don't want it to be entirely pony. Gotta change the proportions. This one. If you don't know, by the way, this floor, the ZBrush floor, if you have a invisible, like basically the floor is supposed to be on the bottom of all of your sculpts. So you can see right here, like all of your subtools, it'll hit up to the very bottom of like all of your subtools. So the most bottom that we have right now is this back piece. So it is lining up with that. But if you have something like this cylinder that is below that, it adjusts, you turn it off, it will still stay at that low point. It's not going to readjust. So if you have like anything that's below there, you're trying to like make sure everything is on, you know, a single like flat plane. A lot of the time I'm not reliant on the ZBrush floor. Instead, what I do is, well, actually we could just use this. I just take one of the primitives that has a flat head, like a flat top, and then I make it really big, and I just do that. And then you can just kind of work based on that instead. Oh, he is not having a good time right now, buddy boy. Good vibes. Hi, Andre. A pentagram cutie mark. He doesn't even have an area for a cutie mark right now. Some extra special, yeah. Yeah, he's not, he's enjoying my foot right now. Rizlam. Oh my god. Did you know, so I actually saw, like, funny thing about that thing, I got a couple of indirect death threats because of it. Not even joking. And like threats to like from people saying I should just be like blacklisted because I made that. So it was a mistake. Just like because it's still circulating on Twitter of like, oh my god, this is like the worst thing. So cringe. Like, yeah, but that's the point. It's funny. I don't know. I think it's actually kind of funny that people hate it so much. The Rizlam. This, never mind. Never mind. If you don't know, you don't need to know. X is the PvP of social media. I mean, did he actually say that? Because yes, it is. But, like, not in the good way. Like, he's fostering a very bad... Yeah. Yeah, it got viral, and then, like, it's still viral. Like, people still share it as, like, the cursed... Like, the worst tweets that exist, like... And, like, clump it in with, like, corporate tweets for some reason. like I'm a... Like, I did something for a corporate entity. You haven't played the game or seen any videos on it? Yeah, it's a cute little game. I enjoyed it. I liked playing it. Let's see. Did I dynamish this? Yeah, I did. Okay. Keep asking that. Wow, it is loud outside. Yeah, buddy, I get it. Damn, dude. Oh, no wonder. It is windy. You don't want to use it anymore, CT. You get back to it. No time like the present. Let's see, can I... Let me push these to the side. What's up, warrior? What's up? What's up? What's up? You've been in the Unreal Engine 5? Yeah, that's fair. That is fair. Do I ever play Age of Mythology? No, I do not. I used to play like Empire Earth more than I played Age of Empires. Like, way back. Yes, blue UI is pleasing to the eyes. It does not hurt. Very chill. I see a lot of people with like these like acid green and like acid pink, and I'm like, dude, how, and like even backgrounds that are not like flat gray like this, like how are your retinas doing? Okay, let's see. I am going to save this because I have not saved at all. I guess we're doing like a centaur type thing, right? We'll see. Yeah, no, definitely do it up, do it up. It's specifically this kind of a blue too, I find, is the most pleasing. Like if it's too far into the ultramarine, it starts feeling a little like unnatural. This is kind of like a almost sky blue, but a little bit more saturated. Okay, I was gonna do a T-pose mesh. Hex code, yeah, sure, let's see. Have a hex code for this? Does it have that? Wait, can I just, there it is. And then color, you see it up here? We've got R89, G132, B204. So that's not a hex code, but it should get you what you need. Is that good? Yes. Got it written down? Okay, good. Something you struggled with when you were a beginner at 3D art? Oh, one of your challenges is being able to balance between sculpting and gaming and movies. Yeah, I know, it's hard. I find, okay, so hear me out. Hear me out. Recently, I've been waking up early. Yes, yes, I'm gonna be one of those people. Yes. So I'm very much I've been a night owl for a long time, and then medication made me have to wake up early. And so it's kind of, you know, beyond my choice, but now I'm just kind of doing it, right? So I'm waking up early, which means I can get all of the stuff I don't really care about doing done first. And then I can spend right now I don't have work to do, but if I did, you know, I would do that first, or sketch for maybe an hour or two before starting that work, so then I'm nice and fresh and stuff. And so after I'm done those things, maybe, you know, if I'm trying, then 8-hour day. But if you're freelance, you can do as much or little as you want. And then after that, there's all this free time. So much free time. And then usually what I do too, so that like I have things a little bit more blocked out now, is when it's like, you know, I save certain activities for certain certain times of the day, right? Like I try to restrict, like I, even as like attached as I am to the books that I'm reading right now, and I just want to read them so bad, I'm like, no, you're not reading until it's closer to bed. You're not allowed. You're just not allowed. Because if you restrict these things, then it kind of becomes like yeah, it's like, you know, you're doing it less. You really want to do it, but then at the same time, it's something to look forward to as a reward for getting all the other stuff done. So I'm waking up, I've been doing that, and then if I wanted to game, I would do that after I'm done. You know, like for example, right now it's like, you know, at least like some studies, a little bit of work on some of the other things that I wanted to do, because I'm kind of like split in so many directions. I have a hard time balancing which one I want to get done first. So with all of those projects going, I'm like, okay, we'll touch this one a little bit, touch that one a little bit, then you can go and play a game if you want to play a game, right? All right, did I T-pose this? Yes, I did. Okay. You know what? What if I like, if I just made that really tiny? What if it just like dragged its legs behind it like little baby legs? I don't like that. I think it just needs to be bigger though, regardless. Not like that. Hey Ataha, what's up? How are you doing? Oh my gosh, that is a lot of rain. That is a lot of rain. Hear the rain. So I'm looking for like more of like a pushed, exaggerated shape here. Make it feel a little bit more like there's weight. Kinda, yeah, I'm not a fan of like what's going on in the front here. Horse shape thing is starting to look interesting. You know, takes some time, especially because like, you know, I'm talking to chat at the same time, going back and forth, not like hyper focused on it, which I know some people want me to be, but that's not the point in these streams. I want to be able to answer questions and talk with you guys at the same time, right? Using ZBrush since R3.5, and you still find the UI texting. Yeah, so if you're coming from like a poly modeling software, usually that's why people find the UI to be weird, I think. But if you come from like a 2D background, usually it isn't the same experience. For me, I came from a 2D background first, and it actually felt really intuitive to just get in there and start doing things. Like, you know, like, yeah, everything was kind of all over the place, but it didn't feel like I wasn't looking for very specific poly modeling things. I was just looking like, how do you just sculpt stuff really fast? So it really depends. I think where you're coming from as well. You post a sub T, brings everything back. Now you have that your silhouette change. What are the brushes you always use in your workflow? Means main brushes you use. Okay, so kind of adding the geo brush to my rotation, but it's not like main enough to have it on my hotkeys. But everything else I have on my hotkeys are just mostly default brushes. So you've got your number 1 key as the clay buildup, 2 is the Dame Standard, 3 is H polish, 4 is snake hook, 5 inflate, 6 pinch, 7 Macut Meke you can find on Google, it's free. 8 is /2 you can find in the light box, and then 9 is geo, but usually 9 is too far for me, so I put it up here too if I just want to like go fast between them. The first 100 hours for the UI. The thing is, right, like the great thing is that you can like move it around too. Like if you don't want to be sifting around in all of these menus and stuff, which by the way, some people might find this to be very helpful, is you might be annoyed, you might be doing something up in the subtool folder, or like you want to do something in deformation, right? But then you also need to do something in masking at the same time. And so you're constantly clicking these to keep them open. Control and Shift, hold those together. And now you can have 2 panels open at the same time, okay? So that's actually a massive change for like workflow and speed and stuff like that. That'll help you a lot. There's also some options, I think, in the preferences. I can't remember where it is, but you can tick it wherever it is, and that will allow you to keep, is it Lightbox? Lightbox, by the way, also I have at the bottom of the screen, so you can also turn that off as well if you don't want it to open at launch. There's a lot of like very customizable things in the preferences in terms of the UI. Config, enable customize, then you can hold Control and Alt and drag buttons around, right? So if I enable customize, Control and Alt, let's say I wanted offset up here, I could put it up there if I wanted to, and then stop, and then it's up there forever, right? So it's very, very easy to move things around. And that includes like, you know, different brushes and stuff. You could literally have an entire bar at the top, which are just your brushes. And then you never have to use hotkeys. You just click them if you want to, right? And that's the fun thing, because you know, if you go into something like Maya, I mean, the UI isn't hyper customizable in that way. Everything is very like, this is where it is. But with this, it's like an artist first mentality. So however you like to set up your workstation, you think about it, you know, every artist has their own you know, messy desk, you know, where they know where the paints are, where their markers are, etc., etc. It's kind of the same thing in ZBrush. If you think about it, you can set up your workstation just the way that you like for your workflow, because there's like 100 different workflows that you could have inside of ZBrush as well. As long as, you know, you can get that sculpt out to then get retopologized, or you can even retopologize it in ZBrush. You know, it's just a very, very malleable program. All right, what was I doing? Yes. Hey, Gambit. All is very well. What's up, San Diego? Wait, no, I already said hi to you. Why am I saying hi to you again? You get 2 hellos. It's nighttime. It is nighttime here too. We're at 7:30, so we're still going for another 2.5 hours. Hi, Phoenix. That's what I meant to say. Hello, Phoenix. Oh, I can't wait to read my book again. That's all I'm thinking about. I'm just thinking about, like, I just have silo brain. When I start getting into something, I just get, like, fully consumed by it. It becomes like a personality. Like I went through, like, a vampire phase for a little while. I still like vampires, but, like, I was, like, obsessive. It's consuming everything vampire related. Now it's just like all I can think about is Silo. Did anybody read those books? Or am I just like, I feel like it's popular enough, right? Am I still instructing at Academy? You mean CGMA, right? Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if I'm gonna be teaching in the spring. I'm not sure. I would like to. We'll see. Tentative. So blood. Yes, I became a vampire. You know what? No. No. No, I did not. I did not consume any blood. Unless. No. Okay. Auto groups. Where did I put that now? It's over here. Okay. What am I doing? Bro, stop it. Been reading the Good Intentions book. A college student interrupts an occult ritual and ends up with a succubus and an angel bound to him. Damn. Okay. So college book. Teen, is it like a teen book or just duplicated or what? When you start a new show, movie, comic, or game, you get so hooked that you can't rest until you finish. Yeah, I get obsessive. Like nothing really matters. My whole personality revolves and rotates around that thing, so I feel you. It's like it's not even like I can't stop, even if I'm done like the show or whatever it might be, the book, the game. For like a good month or so after that, I'm still it's it. Like and sometimes it's not even that. Like I went through a whole like submarine phase where like military submarine phase. I don't know why, but I was like obsessed with military submarines. A romance novel. Oh, romance novels. Cute. Dude, they are, right? Nuclear submarines are insane. No, no. Not gonna do it again. Nope. They are really crazy, though. But I think, you know what? I just had a eureka moment. I think that's why I'm obsessed with Silo. It's the same vibe. It's like a whole functioning thing, right? A whole functioning like mini society in an inhospitable place. And it's like, how does that... There's a theme. I'm finding a theme. Oh my goodness. Oh, that makes sense. You ever wonder sometimes like why you like certain things and then you're like, oh my god, that makes sense. Sculpting a sub, no. No, you know why? It's because I wouldn't be technical enough with it. I wouldn't get every single like tiny thing right. That's not me. Discovering yourself all over again, right? I think I want to make this lankier. Like this entire thing, I want it to be like lankier. Submarines versus radar. It's crazy what people would do to avoid. I know. Well, it's insane. Sonar is insane and it harms wildlife too. That's something I never knew until I started getting obsessed with submarines. About like actually in military subs specifically, like how crazy those sonar machines are. Like those, like it's, if you were a diver and you were unlucky enough to pass underneath a sub, you would die if they released a sonar. If they released a ping, you would die. You would die. It's that insane. Like it's that heavy, like that many decibels. Because it's just sound bouncing off of things, right? And it makes wildlife and like marine life go absolutely bonkers because you can imagine that, right? Like something loud enough to rupture your organs, your internal organs, if you're underneath it. If you're marine life, if you start hearing that, you would panic. You'd be like, the end of the world is happening. Would I want to... I'm getting like that billionaire sub company flashbacks, and I don't think I would want to ride in a sub. I already did ride in a submarine when I was younger. Went by like coral reefs and stuff, which was cool, but it was like more, it was more of like a, what was it? It was more of a like tourist kind of thing. Not like a nuclear, like military sub. But that one also didn't go that deep, right? Like, I don't think I could handle anything if I knew it was going lower than 100 feet. Even 100 feet is like, yikes, you know? If I wrote this one out, would it be considered a subtopic? All right. A space shuttle phase? You didn't realize how insane. So yeah. Oh my god! I went through a space. I went through a space shuttle phase too, and just astrophysics in general. I learned so much about astrophysics in such a short period of time. I wasn't sleeping. I was just reading about it. Actually, I never learned about, get this, I never learned about the theory of relativity properly in school, and so I did that whole thing all over again and was absolutely mind blown. Okay. What am I doing? I wanted to make this lankier, right? But now I'm thinking about subs. See, this is what I can't, okay. All right, let's save this real quick. Before you do any like T-pose stuff, you should always save. Just always save. Oh, and can I show you guys my quick save settings? So do you know like how ZBrush like does an auto save and it can lag you out because it's like it's taking a long time with its auto save. So some people tell you like go down into the quick save and just turn like the duration all the way to the max so it never quick saves. I don't recommend that. I think it's better like maybe 10 to 15 minute intervals, but untick skip history. If you haven't noticed, it's been like flashing, like it flashes, right? It'll show up like quick save, but it won't, like it doesn't stay. It's like you don't even notice it when you untick skip history, because if you're doing skip, it's doing an entire save file with all of your history for all of your subtools. So that's why it can take a long time. If you untick that, then it's just saving the tool. So just in case like, you know, you have a crash, you've been saving, it's been doing it every like 10 to 15 minutes, whatever you have it down there. And you can set how many of these quick save files that you're gonna keep. I keep it around 16, maybe 20, just so that it doesn't get out of control on my drive, but you can set that to as many as you'd like. And it saved me so many times because I am bird-brained and forget how to save myself. So you had 100 gigs of quick saves, you get to clean them out. Yeah. All right. I'm gonna say. You can't fathom it with how you learned. Yeah, if you learned like in more of like a box modeling kind of way, it can feel a little bit weird. But if you try to break away from that and be like, you know, think about it like you're in a sketchbook, it's freeing. You can do whatever your heart desires. Because remember, you can always clean things up later. There's a difference between append and insert, because it kind of feels like they don't. So, good question. Append, as you can see, if I say append and I'm like, I want to put a sphere in here, it will go all the way to the bottom. But like at the bottom of your subtool list. So if you wanted to put eyeballs in the thing, but you wanted to stay organized, then you would select your head, and then you would say insert, and it appears right underneath whatever subtool it is that you have selected. So it helps with organization. You don't always have to scroll to the bottom, right? But if you're just blocking things, then it doesn't really matter that much. Or if you want to go fast, you use append. It really doesn't matter if you use append or insert. But one will put it under the subtool that you selected, which is insert. The other will put it at the bottom of your subtool list, which is append. Episode of The Simpsons where Homer is on a sub. They show the captain eating with his crew. They hear the sound of a whale, and Homer walks in the room with his mouth open. The sound is coming from him. Oh my gosh! Wow, I have not seen enough Simpson episodes. Is that you have to shave down a model of its details and sculpt out the bone, and then draw the muscles connecting to those bone, and then put fat and skin over the muscle by. That's a lot. That's a lot. So when you see people doing it other ways, your brain is like, I mean, okay, so if you're coming from like medical, then like medical illustration, that can make sense, right? But if you're, there's a difference between medical anatomy and artistic anatomy. Like you don't have to do that for everything. Like when you're being gestural, it's like when you're doing gesture drawings, you're not drawing the bones, right? You're drawing the landmarks and the approximation of where things are. So you're thinking about like these specific bony landmarks. You're not creating the entire skeleton and then layering on top of that. So it's a difference between the two ways of thinking. Like I'm not thinking medically when I'm doing this, but if you come from that background and that's how you want to approach things, you could get a very particular looking sculpt as well, right? I know in VFX as well, like, having the muscle layer, you don't usually sculpt that. That's usually like a muscle simulation, but they have entire simulations for muscles and bones underneath the skin of the VFX creature that you're doing, right? A whole layered body with bones and organs sounds like a Michael Pavlovich project, right? Yeah, I'm not. I mean, if I had like transparency and stuff going on, like translucency, I'd probably do some internal information, but otherwise, I don't need to. Learn and think in different ways, even when they're in the same field. You just throw a blob and then move a tool around until you like the silhouette. Yeah, so that's actually a very, very good point. Like, all of our brains work and function different. I know it's hard to like wrap your head around literally how other people could be completely like they're not thinking the same way as you, and you can't force them to think the same way as you. The important part is how, like, not how you're getting there, but if you can get there. So if their way is working and it does get them there, it just means that they're thinking different. Hi, Trim Dynamic. I have to actually make that come out more, I think. Yeah, that everybody thinks completely different, and our brains are like, we are all so different, and in a way, in such an abstract way that is like it's not possible to imagine how different we are. I think there's also evidence that some people feel certain things or experience certain things more so, or even not at all compared to others. Like, for example, there are some people who cannot like see in their head pictures, but they're just fine in terms of artists, right? Same thing, some people don't have a monologue going on in their head at all times, right? Like, our brains are just so different in the way that they function. They look mostly the same, at least to the untrained eye, but more and more things are being learned about that. So it's just really cool. It's really, really cool. And that's why I think it's also important, right? When you hear somebody telling you something about how they're feeling or how they're thinking, you shouldn't always just dismiss that because just because it's not you that's experiencing it doesn't mean that it can't happen. Your brain looks like a potato on a couch. Smooth. Smooth with some eyes. I recently learned too that smooth brain is like a real condition. That's like a real thing that can happen to fetuses. Like your brain can literally, I'm not going to show it on stream, but if you type that in, what's it called again? It's called lysencephaly. It literally means smooth brain. Like that's a thing. It looks like a liver if it were pink or something. It's wild. Yeah, type in smooth brain. You'll see. Or had that thought where people see color differently. Like imagine blue could be red to you, but we could interpret it, right? Because the cones in our eyes, like in our retinas, they're all similar. I mean, colorblind people have fewer functioning cones than people who have like a full spectrum, but then there's also apparently, now it's very hard to like test this, but there's apparently another group of people that have an extra cone. So if you think about like bumblebees, just bees in general, they have so many cones. They see colors that we would never be able to even imagine, right? Like we literally can't imagine them because you can't imagine something you haven't seen before. So in terms of like interpretation, our brains could interpret colors maybe differently, but what our eyes are receiving is technically all the same wavelengths, right? So those colors are the same physically, but the way that we interpret them could, in theory, potentially, maybe be different. Is there any way to use dynamics in animation with ZBrush? Yeah, there's actually an entire dynamics tab up here. Except you're not going to get like hard bodies. There's some ways around, like you're just not going to get that, right? Like you're not going to get that kind of thing. It's just sort of gravity simulation and cloth, very, very rudimentary cloth simulation, which is good for like quick wrinkles, like couch sofa inflation type things, maybe like puff jackets, you know, billowing silk, things like that, you know, wing detail, all that kind of stuff. You can use it for splats. You can use it for, but yeah, I would recommend looking up Michael Pavlovich dynamics in ZBrush. He has a lot of good videos on dynamics. Mantis strip people with supervision. It's hard to gauge if it's a real, like if they actually do. Apparently there are remarks that they do see like a little bit more like heightened color, like extra saturation or something of that nature. It's hard to translate that to people who haven't, right? Like if you've never seen the color like blue before, you wouldn't know what blue was. Like you wouldn't be able to imagine what blue was, right? So it's hard to imagine something like somebody having an extra cone in their retinas for color reception, and then, you know, what does that look like to them? Like we wouldn't be able to think about that, and even testing it, it's hard, you know, like what do you do? It's hard to say what the future is gonna be. Honestly, I don't like claiming that I like even just like I have no idea, but I don't know. VR sculpting right now, like it's fun, but it's just it needs a lot more in terms of like haptic feedback and um just feeling like you can act like there's resistance and all that. Like it needs that, and then also the actual programs themselves need to be a little bit more robust. um there's there's not enough for refinement. It's great for gesturing, sculpture, and stuff like that. I mean, you've got some other programs too, like Gravity, that's a little bit more in terms of like the auto industry and you know, like hard surface stuff that you can do. I played around with that as well. It's cool. I just feel like it's more efficient still to just do things like, for example, in ZBrush, where you can take stuff and bring it into your other softwares that you need to, um, or even just kind of like, not to say that not to say that the stuff in, you know, the other VR programs you can't bring into your other softwares, but the idea that everything is on your desktop ready to go and it doesn't require as much cleanup. I mean, you can, it's just in terms of like a pipeline, you know, using VR, I think this is the main one. Using VR for long periods of time is right now is very cumbersome. So unless they make like a very light thing that goes over your head, or even something that projects in front of you, which maybe, right? Having that big bulky thing on your head, not feasible for long periods of time, and it's not great for people who don't have the greatest eyesight either, right? For adding small details to specific areas or things like face expressions when it helps to feel things. Otherwise, it's simply more efficient to navigate. Yeah, I guess like everybody's different. Like I said, like if you enjoy using it, but I don't think it really it's nowhere near replacing something like this. Oh, that's good. That bass sound. How much design can be done with just the move brush? Heck yeah, dude. Get messy with it. You already learned how to model anything and texture in UV, even render, but it's still super hard to find a job. You know, honestly, yeah, honestly, right now, jobs are just like messy. It won't always be like that, so, you know, brush up on your fundamentals, just keep getting better. But right now, I think just everywhere, across every industry, not just this industry, you know, things are weird because I think there's, you know, there's what's going on with the economy and everything. So people are not really like hiring too much right now. There's some exceptions, but it is light pickings out there. It's not gonna be like that forever though. My God, the voice cracks. But yeah, it's not an easy job, easy industry to just find a job. You just keep working on your portfolio where you can, and make sure that you are getting enough money to survive. You know, you're not being silly about it or anything, and trying to do that starving artist thing. But it can be rough. You know, even me, I don't have guaranteed job security, right? I'm just I'm enjoying the slender bodies. All right, what did I miss? I missed, yeah, you're right, Leonard. If you have bad sense of balance, bad inner ear issues, that'll be a bad problem for you as well. It's very disorienting for those people. VR, I mean. 10 hours in the quest programming in bed. You use it a lot when your back hurts. Oh, honestly, if it works for you, that's awesome. That is so great. For me, like I get headaches real fast from it now. Like initially, when I first started playing around with VR, I was good for maybe at max like 6 hours with a break in between, because like time flies when you're in it. You have no outside recollection of like, you know, like time passing, so it goes really fast when you're inside of VR. That's another thing, is time management is harder. But now after the whole I issue thing, like now I'm just kind of I'm better on the screen, a lot better. Maybe it'll be different in the future, I don't know. Any reference is coming, it's coming straight from my brain, straight from that big old raisin up top. These businesses can barely afford to pay rent. I think that was part of the reason, right? Because, you know, you had like this big return to office order, but it's like, why are you doing that? A lot of businesses, and the studies show this as well, said that like a lot of people were working way better remote, you know, like everything was working really, really well remote. I mean, some, you know, mismanaged companies had some exceptions there, obviously, and otherwise there are some smaller exceptions too. And I'm not talking about retail or anything like that. I'm talking about like a lot of people managed really well in remote or at least hybrid. But then there was like a lot of like forced return to office, and a lot of that had to do with the fact that these companies signed these leases that, you know, these giant buildings were just going, they were just like sitting there empty. So to kind of justify the costs of these leases that are like something that they can't really break, get back to the office, everybody. You know? So it's unfortunate, but yeah, and a lot of return to office orders, like RTO orders, we're also, because they're not doing as great. I mean, they're doing great enough that a lot of these businesses that are doing layoffs could absolutely afford their workers. But the problem is like, if they want to keep growing, if they want to show that continuous growth, well, they have to trim the fat that they gained during COVID, and, you know, hiring so many people, right, to being like, oh my gosh, it's so much easier, we don't have to pay relocation, all this other stuff, like we can hire so many people remote all over the world, it's great, right? And then this happened, and so they're like, well, we need to lay people off, and layoffs look really bad. Well, what can we do? RTO works really great as well, because then people have already moved, like if they were working at said company, they've already moved out of the city and away, a lot of them, because it's cheaper for them, right? They don't have to commute, and they could just work from home, and you know, they actually were able to afford a house that's out there instead of in the city. And RTO makes it so that anybody who did, well, all right, bye, you know. It's not a layoff though. I'm just like, it's just really unfortunate what's happening right now. You know, EA is going to be laying off another 670 people, as well as what happened yesterday. And the many months leading up until this, and all of the many game devs and people in VFX that are affected. And it's just like, I mean, upper management, that's all. It's just insane. And the need to just continuously grow too, because it's like a lot of these they are not doing as bad as it might seem, and they're always like puffing their chests too in all these things, like, oh, we had to lay people off, but look at how good we are. Sorry, I'm being a little cranky about it, but how can you not? How long am I streaming for? Another hour and 40 minutes. Because they paid for the land and are stuck with the leases, and they're thinking, I paid for it, might as well get some. Yeah, and it's not that simple. It also justifies, like I said, it justifies hidden layoffs, hidden workforce trimming, right? Think about all the people who worked at Blizzard remote, and for certain teams, RTO was forced. And something interesting is, after like layoffs happened too, They went on another hiring spree. Interesting. You were aged out. Yeah, like that's insane. I'm so sorry, Leonard. I'm so sorry. Like no one really, we don't deserve, people don't deserve that kind of treatment, especially when they, you know, companies, they go on like these whole like escapades about like, look, it's family. This is family. Treat it like family. Like it's not family, dude. Like, and you wonder why too. Like, you know, they might be wondering why. Like, why is there no worker loyalty? Well, because you treat them like this. It's a two-way street. You know, like, yeah, sure, people are getting hired to make money, but at the same time, like, treat them with respect, and they'll stay, and then it'll be a two-way street. Not just like, oh, you should be honored to work here. I mean, what? Yeah, you're in a large VFX company and a lot of my friends are laid off, but you don't get why it's happening in the gaming industry. Yeah, it's like they're making so much, the games industry pulls in insane amounts of money. Last year they were making an inconceivable amount of money compared to Hollywood, an inconceivable amount of money. And it's just not because they need constant growth, right? You know, if shareholders see that things are just kind of like, oh, it's the same or just a little bit worse than last year, well, because of how volatile the market is, they're just, it's gonna like plummet, or people are just gonna be stupid, right? Like investors are extremely fickle. And if your entire business is based off of like what investors are feeling like at any given moment, you're gonna have a really hard time making and like, you know, a healthy environment for workers, because it's not for them anymore. It's not for even consumers. It's just for investors who literally, you know, not to mention they literally will jump around like flies and vultures to carrion. So it's kind of like, jeez. Sorry. I'm sorry. Hi, Ian. Look, I wore my ZBrush shirt to be extra ZBrush just for you because you had to cancel your stream. I hope you feel better. Everybody tell Ian that they hope he feels better. He's not feeling good. And Ian is a great ZBrush teacher. If you haven't stopped by his streams, you should absolutely do so. If you're trying to learn ZBrush, he's a great instructor. Hi, Belle. Like the rants. Yeah, sorry. I try not to. Yeah. I don't want to be too negative though. That's the thing, is like, is there's enough of that online, and like a little, you know, I do criticize a lot of things, but I'm just one of the many voices already saying things like this, right? So heating pad and meds. Yes, you got the heating pad. Okay, good. Yeah. Yeah, just meds, you mean? No, I'm not gonna say it. I just hope you feel better. That sucks. That blows hard. You know what? I don't think I'm gonna sit down. Monty wants to say hi. Does Monty want to say hi? You want to say hi? Mister, I'm gonna sit on your feet the entire time. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come. Yes. Oh. Oh, sleepy boy. Monty. Chest eyes? Yeah, maybe. Hello, he says. Ian, he's telling you, I know you can't understand dog, but I can hear it. I can hear it in his brain. He's saying, I hope Ian feels better. Yes. Big old chunky. Yeah, I know. I can feel. So interestingly, dogs, the way that they sweat, it's from their little paw pads. So when they're nervous, you might feel that their paw pads are a little bit moist, or you might smell more corn chip than normal. So this guy absolutely has been clammed up because it's raining very hard outside, and he hates the sound of that on the window. It makes him anxious. So I can feel and I can smell the corn chip toes, which is caused by a very specific bacteria that is unique to dogs' feet. Now you know. And it doesn't mean that he's dirty, just dogs have corn chip toes. Yes. Good boy. Oh, squishy. Like, you know what I'm talking about, right? Like, if anybody smelled their dog's feet, okay, I know that sounds weird if you're not a dog owner, but if you're a dog owner, it's a comforting smell. Corn chip dog toes. I know that sounds weird, but trust me, if you have a dog, you'll know what I'm talking about. At least maybe half of dog owners will know what I'm talking about. Think she did well without it. Yeah, the corn chips. Yeah. Okay, Leonard, you know what I'm talking about. You smelt your corgi or your Jasper's corn chip toes. Yes. Okay, good. Good. It's okay. Fritos, yeah, the corn chips. Hey, ya baba. Okay, I'm gonna put you down. Onto the ground. Ooh. 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 Frito feet, yes. Exactly. All right, it's all in one's perception. Fair enough. Fair enough. Oh my goodness. Okay. I'm actually like, what if I make this like sit? See, I sat and I was like, you know what? He needs to sit too. What are character shaders used for? Character shaders. What do you mean? Do you have a concept for this, or are you concepting on the go? Concepting on the go. We're just having fun. Right. Yeah, let's do some Z-sphere stuff. Where is it? Where is it? There it is. Easy. Wait, hold on, I'm thinking. No, I don't. Goodbye. I decided against it. Weird. Just notice how massive and thick the mesh is. You should reduce the scale or unify them in ZBrush. It does not enjoy big scales. It's been fine. For sketching, it's fine. I already reduced it. I'll just... Yeah. Go and have your dinner, and please feel better and stop being in pain. Bye. Thanks for stopping by, Ian. You meant shaders. Yeah. Like, I don't know what you mean by, like, character shaders. Like, what? Oh, do you mean just shaders in general? Shaders are materials that are used to render with, right? So shaders refer to like just a material set in general, and how something is going to be interpreted by whatever rendering software or method that you have active at the time. So you know, a PBR shader means a physically based rendering shader, something that is based on real life parameters. And that workflow usually looks like roughness maps, diffuse maps, being, you know, the color and like the specular, but it's not referred to as like specular because it is a specific type of map that is, you know, for PBR shading. So depending on what your workflow is, the type of shader that you're going to be using is going to look different. But basically, it is the overall collection of textures and how they are applied, what the math is being used for them. What they mean by shaders either, I'm guessing they mean their viewport setup. Not 100% sure what you guys are talking about then. I am gonna go and take a really quick break, okay? And I will be back and we will finish this up. I need to go and get myself a drink. And I need to go to the bathroom if I'm being honest, so put this guy here. Here. And this right here. And I will be back in a minute. My BRB. You guys got Monty before the BRB. I'll be back in just a minute, okay? Alright. I am back. I am back. Too many minutes. Sorry about that. Just flung my ring at my face. Okay. Alright. Let's get her done. Welcome home. Yeah, I know. Sorry about that. Always have to take a little break though, because it's like 4 hours streaming. I usually drink so much water. Now I have a Coke. Alright, I'm gonna go back into... I'm gonna go into transpose again. Pose. Sneaky BTS. Monkey! Mr. Monster! Oh. You already had his time. You had your time. Yo, what's up, one? Alright, we're in transpose. Yes, yes. So if you guys don't know, by the way, I do have streams scheduled weekly. So it's been a while since I've been doing the weekly stuff, but I'm trying to get back to it. So my schedule is looking, if I open up my calendar here. So I'm gonna be live on March 6th, 13, and 27. So not the 20th, but the 27th. So that's 3 more streams. Very close. Tentative though, because if I have an issue with my eye, then I'm gonna have to cancel because the appointments are kind of like random. Like I can't control that. But so far so good. So yeah, I've got I'll be mentioning, you know, when I'm live all the time on my socials as well, so I can get you guys, I mean, the link is right here, by the way, acube.art/links. If you want any of my socials, I'll put it in the thing so you can get notified when I'm going live. But then I also have it in the Discord where I've scheduled events. So if you just want a Discord notification, you can also just like go into the Discord for that, which our Discord is not like super hype and stuff, but if you want to like hang out in the dump, feel free. I can get you guys a invite if you'd like that. Here you are. What's up, Brad? The first Final Comp on your... Wait, you loved it? Oh, thank you. Yeah, I saw you. Thank you so much. Too bad about his history of tax evasion. I know. I know. He's not just a tax evader, though. Keep in mind, he's not just a tax evader. He's done some other things. He might be part of a bigger network of mold mob. You know those fungi? They all work together in an underground network connected to the trees. Sketchy stuff, man. Sketchy stuff. Awesome. Looking forward to seeing you then. But also, like, I'm coming back to streaming a lot more because it's like, well, what the hell? I don't have an excuse. I don't have work right now, so let's get it. He is deeply rooted. He is deep in the sauce, man. Don't underestimate him. He might look cute on the surface, but underneath, he's just really just the tip of a lure. Like I was saying to somebody else, he's the tip of a lure. A giant set of gnashing teeth. It's 7:30 a.m. Good job on waking up early. It's hard. Waking up early is hard. It's just it started as something bigger he can grow into. Yeah, kind of like you know, Pokemon, right?
the thing is, like, I'm so like all over the place. I bounce everywhere in terms of like how I'm thinking and like what I want to do as like a project. But you could easily have friends. You could easily like make like a bunch of different seeds. Like I actually really want to get back to Basilisk. Like I dropped that project a while ago, but now I have like so many more ideas for it. Like not just a single model, but like multiple installations. I think I have like 3. But then I also have to do the myth like bust for our sculpt club. I'm gonna be busy with personal work. Very exciting. Honestly, the fact that I don't have work, I'm like, yeah, it sucks, but I'm also like I'm not like super in trouble right now, so it's kind of cool. It'll be less cool once I start to hurt for money though. And I'll be like, ah, damn it. I laugh, but it is pain. It is pure pain. Well, thank you very much, Sheriff. I do try. Fun employment. Yeah, exactly. There we go. Fun employment. I like that. Heck yeah. I'm really trying not to let it get to my self-worth, you know? Because I don't think that there's been a time where I haven't had work. Like, a lot of work in years, so it's kind of like, what, did I suddenly get bad? Do I not want it? No, it's just the economy's weird. It's fine. Everything's fine. It's not just me. It's not just you either. Hello, Haz. What's up? How are you? Haven't seen you in a minute. Alright, let's see. I kind of want this to be like, yeah, it's a shoulder blade, but then at the same time, like hips here. So maybe this would be like the back of the, like, the iliac crest coming up, and then it turns into shoulder blades. So then we can do something like that. This is abdominals. So then that would be forward and down, and then that would start to into the rest here. This is also why I like to kind of just do some basic like sculpting inside of transpose. Yeah, so actually with the hip, we can treat this like a leg, and the deltoid can do a major attachment here. As if it were the front part, whereas the shoulder blade would drive the bone underneath, but then the main upper attachment could be, at least for one of them, one of the deltoids. Because the deltoid is made up of 3 different muscles. The back, and then if you think about like the arm, the human arm, right? So the deltoid attaches at different parts of your clavicle as well. And one of them is right at the very, if you can see here, right at the very back, where you've got one sitting right here, and there's a bony landmark. There's a bony landmark right in there, right in here. You can see how the deltoid is split into 3. One in the back, the middle, right here, that is mainly attached into this little, it's kind of like a little box, and then at the front right here, so it kind of wraps around your clavicle. So in a way, with the pectoral as well, kind of like wraps down then underneath the deltoid too. So in a way, we could kind of like fudge that in a sense to make it kind of make sense, where one of these could have sort of like an attachment up into what is like this frontal pelvis. And then the other ones, one can kind of like, wait, let me hide that. Because we're working with something that we don't have like a clavicle, but then we can go kind of like, we're not going with like dogs specifically, but if we start thinking about how this works right here, right, you can see that it has the front part of the shoulder blade that comes back, and then how these this is also the same deltoid as you see as in a human, but the way that it's positioned is a lot more horizontal, right? And then the front structure of the pecs actually go into the deltoid very like straightforward. So you can see how it's actually kind of like the same muscle groups They're just laid out differently. So when you start to combine these together, you can start to think like, okay, well, how do I kind of make that make sense? Yeah, these are from 3D Total. They're very, very useful for cross-reference and having like um, tactile like 3D models in front of you to like learn your anatomy or reference your anatomy from is very useful. Because like I say this a lot, but when we're kids, one of the main ways that we learn how to do anything is by picking up and touching it and even putting it in our mouths, which don't put it in your mouth. Don't you put it in your mouth, you know, don't do that. But that's how we learn the world around us, is by touching and interacting with it, right? And so when it comes to sculpture, I find it is a very tactile thing, right? Like you want to understand the forms. So the best way to do that is to have that tactile thing in front of you and actually be able to manipulate it in real space. It's different than having something on the screen. It's kind of like how a physical book, like if you can hold it there in front of your face as opposed to like looking at your monitor, it feels like in a way, and I don't know if everyone is like this, again, we're all different, but in a way, having that information, it kind of sits, it gets retained better. Like when I'm using my hands, retention is way better for me. So when it comes to learning anatomy and like actually having that like stick, having models like that it's very, very useful. They are expensive though, so if you don't have money for models like that, it's not the end of the world either. There are numerous other things online that you can learn anatomy from. Yeah, yeah, the evolution ones. I know. If I had more money, if I was employed, if I was employed, yeah. They're gorgeous. I love the alligator one. Or the crocodile rather. Yeah, the paint job that they do on it is so cool. Oh man. I love it's real, like they're really, really pretty. If I had all the money in the world, my house would just be skulls and bones. It's too ugh. Wait, I can do that. Okay, I think this is good. We'll go back now. T goes to sub T. All of our changes applied. Good, good, good. Save. What'd you miss? Comics, you missed nothing. Nothing. Nothing is always nothing. Zero. Zilch. Yeah, I think that they tried a bunch of things. Like I saw a couple, like I saw they did a dinosaur at one point too. I don't know if they actually sold that, but like they had like from pictures from other people that I saw. I didn't go to the convention, but when they were like at a convention last year, there was like a bunch of different sculpts that they weren't offering for mass production, but they all looked so cool. Thank you. I'm glad you like my seed monster. I'm glad you realize he's a monster. Let's do something with the head now. I mean, I haven't really done anything back here though. All right, let's. All right. Dude, it's like perfect weather right now. It's so windy. Like I mean Monty hates it, but I love it when it's so stormy out. Yeah, that's true. He missed Monty. That's a big thing. That's not nothing. How dare you miss Monty? Some people will see this and like cringe into their chair. Like, what is this mesh? I see this and I go, hell yeah. It's a beautiful mesh. Gorgeous. It's a male and female T-Rex, but even more pricey than the others. Oh yeah, fair. Snake Hook users will see this and go, hell yeah. Oh, now I need to make a meme. Anybody who watches A-Cube streams sees this and goes, hell yeah. Like, see, like, there's a method to the madness, right? Like, I'm not just doing it because, like, whatever, but, like, I'm sketching. The method. Oh. Big old lordy. How did you get so low? Yeah, exactly. Free detail texture. Now you're thinking like it. There we go. Ugly meshes need love too. Don't you dare call them ugly. They have feelings. Just like me. Hello? Yo, you can be as like nasty and gnarly with your blockout as you want. But the thing is, right, like if you're in production, then you have like a very specific way that you need to be doing things. Some studios are like, I don't care what you do. I don't care what you do at all at the beginning, as long as, you know, when you hand it off, it's clean. But a lot of studios, they will have a very specific like set of workflow rules that you need to follow, and what those walkouts are going to look like, and how they're supposed to look like, and parameters they're supposed to fit in. So you can't just be doing this willy-nilly wherever you want. This is, like I said at the beginning of the stream, and it's good to clarify for everyone, this is a sketchbook. I am sketching. If I am doing something for production, things are a lot different, right? Depending on what the project needs. The eyeball is, it's doing, it's fine. I'm not worried about it so much this week. I mean, like, I've got like the headache problem, but whatever. I can't really complain about anything. I can see, so. But I go to see my my specialists in a week and a half, so things might change. They might see something again. They always see something, which I'm thankful for, but also like, dang, seeing things. I'm also like super stoked too because it's getting warm out, which means I can finally start like kind of socializing again. Because the thing is, like it's like during the winter months, COVID is like super rampant, and it's like so many people are like have it like asymptomatically, so they don't even know. And it's like I can't even like hang out with people because I can't like this whole eye thing started with COVID, so it's like what, I go get it again, like what's gonna happen? I don't want it. So I just kind of go into absolute like gremlin in my cave mode for for the winter time. Just absolutely socially starved. So I have to be careful, obviously, because it can transmit outside, but it's not like you know, you're inside like a restaurant where it can like hang in the air for hours. So good. You can't do eye drops and you taking needles to the retina, dude. You know what's crazy? I haven't had a needle for a little while. I mean, I had something worse. I had eye surgery, which I was awake for, and I had to move my eyeball around while they had tools in my eye. I mean, I had that for the last like two months, but I didn't have to have a needle in my eye for 2 months. But that might change. That might change in a week and a half. So the silver lining of having that surgery was that I didn't have to have a needle for a little while. Oh my god. The A-cube seg. Yeah. Do you think making sketches without reference helped to bring more unique designs, like doing models from imagination? Yes. Yes, I do. I absolutely do. Because when you're looking at a bunch of images in front of you, there is a tendency to stick too close to something that is right in front of you. So what I actually recommend, if you feel really stiff, is to put that reference away and just work on what you have in your head. And of course, you know, at first that's going to be rocky. It's going to be wobbly, but the idea is to have fun with shapes and things like that. And then afterwards, bring your references back up, cross-reference, see where you can improve. Don't beat yourself up, and implement some ways of getting functionality back into it, making it grounded. How can I put my thumbnail silhouette in yours in ZBrush? This right here. So you can do that in preferences. Scroll down, and then you'll see right here, thumbnail, click that. Change your color over here, change it to black. Go to preference, and then click background black, which will make it like a transparent alpha, and then click thumbnail. You can change the size of it here, you can magnify it, and then you turn it to silhouette mode as well, and that will change it to this up here. If you drag on it too, you can make it bigger or smaller, depending on what you want in your scene. It does have a very noble stance, but at the same time lazy. Look at him. He's lazy at the same time as noble. How do I want to? How am I making this make sense? It's also here. Yeah, it would make sense then if that came in here. And then there were sort of pictorials that went out like that. That would make sense. And then this would be the edge of the rib page. Edge of the second rib cage. You've heard of first rib cage, but have you heard of second rib cage? Hey D1, sorry, I don't understand. Yeah, sorry. The Geiger rounded Pokemon Kawaii and Cosmic Horror, hard to describe, but you like seeing it. Thank you, I appreciate it. Yeah, we've got, I think the only Geiger right now is like this. You know, if you didn't have, right, if I just kind of filled that in, you wouldn't really have as much Geiger going on here other than maybe the humanoid aspects. But everything else, yeah, it's kind of, yeah, I don't know. Like I said, like this sort of stylization I find comes from the fact that I have so many random interests. You're Taterin. Okay, hello. Hi, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. You're looking at some job specs and now using those to redo your portfolio. Yeah, I mean, okay, so good, but also some job descriptors, like they go a little bit like crazy. Like you don't need to, you don't have to go like, you know, change everything based on what a job description is per se. Like you can use it as like a rule of thumb, but sometimes they just kind of, they're covering all their bases. They're like nice to haves, and then they list like 100 different things. Like it's crazy. And then say something crazy like you need 10 years experience or whatever, and it's just kind of like they're weeding out as many people as they can right off the bat, but I feel like it's counterintuitive as well. So it's weird. Job descriptions are weird, and a lot of the time people who don't necessarily fit job descriptions get hired for the role. So is there a job up for a 3D artist and it was all photo scanning and you were like, oh. Yeah, yeah, because sometimes you have to understand too, sometimes it's the recruiter who doesn't know anything about the job writing the job description, or it's somebody else that doesn't necessarily know, or maybe sometimes when you see a ton of different things, it's because so many different people had to look at it and be like, oh well, let's add this, let's add this, let's add this, right? So it's different based on where, you know, what place. Okay, what am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? I want to work on the head. That's what I want to do. Right. Oh, it says Taoist. How are you? Those bad dragons become every year more complex. Oh. They're bad. I know. Next, I know. I'm sorry. How are you doing? It's been a long time. How are you? Yeah, centaurs make me ask a lot of questions too. It's a very, very good question. Do they have multiple lungs? Why the rib cage? Like, why have two rib cages? Rib cages are there to protect organs. If they only have one set of lungs, I would assume they have multiple sets of lungs, considering like cows can have multiple, they have multiple stomachs, right? So if you have a big body and you have, you have a need to circulate a lot of blood, I mean, something like an earthworm, I mean, it is just an earthworm, and they're not hearts as complex as ours, but they technically have 8 hearts, or what would be considered like a valve, like a heart, and it pumps, right? So, maybe it could have multiple hearts, multiple lungs. Dude, next, you and me both. I don't have any work either. So I'm just kind of like, you know what? I'm gonna look at this as like a positive thing and just try and just do as much art as possible in that time and just like maximize like personal stuff, which is great. But the money will drive up at some point, but we're not thinking about that. YOLO. But that's awesome. That's awesome. Do that hard reset. Chill maxing. Training and watching tutorial. Yeah, just pretend that you're back in school, right? That's kind of what I'm doing. I'm just like, I'm drawing more, I'm painting more, I'm just going back to like sketching in 3D and stuff, and I'm just trying to learn new things about, like, I'm trying to get back into more substance design or substance painter stuff. Maybe I'll touch designer, not sure yet, but I'm just like doing stuff that I'm interested in. You know that song, Ashley Look at Me? No. I have no idea. You're gonna call my creature Maxwell because it looks like it eats a diet of cabbage and snail eggs. Well, this would be an elaborate setup for cabbage and snail eggs. Are you enjoying it, Taoist? We were talking about VR earlier. Still prefer doing things in ZBrush myself. Save before I do a clip. Might consider migrating to games too. Yeah, as like bad as like the games industry is having it right now, it's like I don't think it has it holds a water or a candle a candle to what VFX is kind of dealing with right now. Man, I'm so bad at making these curves. That's the apex right there. lots of reels on that on Ashley Look at Me. I have no idea what that song is. Who sings it? What genre? Right now I'm just listening to Slender Bodies. I've been listening to them on repeat. Like their music is just so easy to listen to. I love it. Love his voice too. Let's attach Arinos. It's like, make a living making outfits for games. Yeah, like if you're really good at Marvelous Designer, you've got a job pretty much. Sleep Token, dude, I went through that. I went through that for a while. Sleep Token, like, and I go in and out of it too. Like, they're just so. It's hard to find bands that like sound like them. They're very unique. They're kind of like that bridge of like easy listening to heavy metal, which is a very strange. Like if you think about it, like how is there a bridge to that? There is. Sleep Token. Yeah, it feels very modern tool is a good way to put it too. Just out of curiosity, what's your specialization? Games, movies? Dude, I'm kind of all over the place. I mostly though work in I was for a while working in animation. Right now I don't have any work. But yeah, most of my like work is in like the animation industry. A lot of it was preschool work actually. But I've done a little bit of like creature stuff. Ironically, the creature stuff that I have done, like a couple of the projects, it was for a kid themed thing too. I think the most adult thing that I've done was working on Magic the Gathering animated series, which I don't think is like ever coming out. I don't know. Yo, yeah, the Barbie movies. That was my first job. Barbie, Barbie Twilight, or Barbie Starlight Adventure. I was so proud of that too. Learned so much working on that. To be honest, I learned everything working on that. I didn't know how to. I honestly, I know it's gonna sound cringe, but I didn't really know how to model properly before that. So I was hired because I could sculpt, and they needed a sculptor. But then I also like they were like, yeah, but you also need to. I don't know. It was. I was lucky. That's not a normal thing. Like you usually get hired if you know how to do the thing. I did not know how to do the thing, but I still got hired. Yeah, I know. Lots of projects got canceled. You can't listen to music while you're doing design and sculpting, but you can when you're in the shop building furniture. Honestly, I completely understand that. Like sometimes if I'm running into like a really big design issue, like a problem that I'm like getting frustrated with, I will walk away. I will come back and I will make sure that there's no music on so that I can hear myself think. Um but otherwise like if you're like in the flow, in the zone of things, like the music can help. It just, you need to have the right music, because if it's music that's going against your mood, it feels like you're thinking about it. Like, you shouldn't be thinking about the music. It should be working in rhythm to what you're doing. You watched a lot of Barbie stuff as a kid? Yeah, I only worked on the that's my girl. I used to show her on stream all the time. I was so proud. That's my girl. Yeah. Yeah, look. I made her outfit for this one. My girl. Also, like, made her hairstyles and stuff. The secret page, yeah, you're not seeing any of that. Most of the stuff that I've worked on is under NDA, which is really annoying. And canceled. Dude, when you work on things for like pitch, so much of your work just it's never getting out there. Like, I worked on probably in the last like 2 years, like 10-ish like pitches or something like that. And like, I think maybe 2 of them are being produced or going to be produced. I actually don't, hold on, let's see if let's see if this is announced yet. No. It's frustrating because I can't, like, I don't, we work with code names a lot of the time too, so I don't even know half the time what the project's gonna end up being called. Yeah, I don't know. I guess not. It has not been announced, that one or the other one, whatever. And sometimes when it comes out, it's Morbius. It's like, it's crazy too, right? Because it's like everything that you see in the initial pitch, it's like, oh my gosh, this is gonna be cool, and then it's handed off, and you have nothing to do with it anymore, like nothing. Like, they send off, they're like, can we have your ZBrush sculpt, blah, 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 like, we're gonna send it to like whatever other studio to start, you know, doing like final models and whatever, and then it goes through like 100,000 changes. And then even when it comes out, it's like, well, I didn't, like, I mean, I worked on this, but you'd never be able to tell. So it's like, it gets greenlit, right, with your designs. It gets greenlit with your designs. And then none of those designs end up in the final show. Mysteries. Right, I was gonna keep working on this. I want to keep working on the nya 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 nya. Coworker working on cats, Morbius, and oh my god. At that point, I would just be proud. I would be proud of my streak. I would own it. I would own it. I don't like. That's not even their fault. That's not their fault, man. It's not their fault. It's always the upper. It's never it's not the artist. It's never the artist. Nah. You have a ton of work that will never be seen, although you know of one of your yes, dude, that was so cool. I can't showcase anything. No, you can't. Like, when it comes to pitch stuff, that is 100% owned by, like, depends on your contract and how big the studio is, blah blah blah. In my case, it was for a very big studio, and you know, the IP, like, they just have such a grip on the IP that it's not for you. It's not yours. Yeah, you're doing contract work. This is not your stuff. None of it. It's not yours. It's going to the void. It's going to the void. Like, I can't, like, I have hard drives full of work I could never show you guys. But you can get an idea of what I do for, like, you know, pitch stuff. It's very similar to that final image. Like, that would go in a pitch deck, right? Because that would be like an ideation of what the final frame could look like, and then they get super excited too because they're like, they can see it in 3D spinning around. Even if like the look dev is not like there, because a lot of the time it's like you got to do that fast, so you know the turnaround is really quick because they've got like meetings, right? And you got to hit those meeting targets. So that's where like that quick like paint over type ideation of like what a final frame could look like, what it could look like in the show. Like, for example, that seed guy, that's what I'm saying. That would go in a pitch deck. And then maybe the ZBrush turnaround or something like that to show like what the model is. Because a lot of the time you're pitching to people who do not, like, I mean, I'm not the one pitching, thank God. But a lot of the time, the pitches are happening to people who do not understand art very well, right? And so you want to give them like enough information that they're like, oh, that makes sense. I want to fund this. I want to greenlight this. This is good. I want the money that should go here. When it comes to like kids shows, it's like crazy. Like the kinds of things that they're like willing to like send through versus not send through just boggles my mind. I still, like, when I was a junior working on Barbie, one of the things I will never forget I got as a note was, and I kid you not, this was the most insane note. I think I still remember it. It's not the most insane one that I've gotten, but it is insane. And this did not come from the studio I was working. This is IP owned by Mattel. This is the note. Make it more girl baity. It's not girl baity enough. Like I said, working on kids stuff can be a wild ride in terms of like the things that you hear. Because a lot of the time they're trying to sell toys, right? They want kids to go to a store and pester their parents enough when they look at something that they get it. They want the kid to be annoying to the parents. They want to bait, like, this is what a child needs, like they're gonna bother their parents about it. That's like a lot of like the goal. make it cool comment. Yeah, except like it felt more insidious. It just felt more insidious. I can't describe that to you. Like you're working on, I don't know, I don't want to. Oh my god, Leonard! You've got me on the big TV. Hell yeah! I'm gonna yell. Do you have anybody else at home? I'm gonna scream. Hey, people in Leonard's house! People in Leonard's house! Is there anyone there? Quick, come downstairs! Leonard's being weird. Your career is in the real. Yeah. I think the project I disliked working on the most out of everything was definitely I mean like it had its moments, but the time that it took to do everything, like it was just way too fast paced to get the quality that I feel like it deserved and everything. Was like I worked on a Katy Perry music video. That was, I did not enjoy that. And then the notes that I got back, it was very interesting to say the least. That one I'm not entirely proud of, especially since like the models, like they weren't mine in the end. It was just like I helped like with maquettes and then the retopology and all of that. It's not in my control, so it ends up looking completely different. So it's like I don't like actively talk about that. And there's a lot of things that I've done that I just like don't like whatever. No, they weren't negative per se. It's just I don't know how to, I don't know. I should have said like an anonymous project rather than who it was for so that I could talk about it a little bit more, but yeah. It was just really disorganized, I feel. And like really like come on, get it done, get it done, get it done. Like breakneck speed. Yeah, Katy Perry, like it's like I think just I don't know. Yeah. I'm not gonna go into it. It's just like, like bad management can really ruin a project. And like people who just don't really know what they're doing, telling people what to do is rats, is that still popular? I think yeah, it's pretty like they're still a thing. I haven't worked on anything brass. I did work on the some pitch stuff for the Paw Patrol movie too. I got to do some final frames for that. I think, actually it ended up like the actual final frames, like the look, ended up in the actual movie, which is cool. Oops. Oh, we're almost done. We're almost done. I didn't even touch these hands or anything. That's okay. We got the general idea. It's not. We could take it further, but whatever. We're fine. Four hands. I know. Okay, fine. Let's do something really quick. This. Oh my gosh, I can't believe. Okay. I can believe, actually. I can believe that I would do something like that. Actually, what am I doing? Split hidden. Oh my god, okay. You know what? Delete. There we go. And where's this merge down? So the reason why earlier I was asking if anybody read the Silo series, which I like, you know, Wool, Dust, and Shift, because I'm thinking I might. We'll see. No promises, but I might make like a little scene, like something like that, or I don't know, because I'm kind of like super obsessed with the world. Oh, are you talking about the Apple series? No, I was talking about the books. But yeah, the Apple series is really good too. I'm just like obsessed with the books though. Oh, you mean the book? Okay, yeah, dude, it's I'm on to I just finished Wool. I'm on Shift now, and like I am obsessed. I am absolutely obsessed. A digital library. Yeah, I had no idea what that was, so good to know. I have a I have a Kindle. I just got this. It's so nice because you know everything's in dark mode, and when I'm really like blurry vision, I can make it really big font. Why not Z-spheres for the hands? Because I like blocky things like this. It helps me visualize planes better and figure it out more. And like all of it, you know, I can work, and each one of these are cubes, so I can move them around because they're all like their individual polygroups, right? I'm gonna do mask by polygroups, which is something that you can get in the brush menu right here in masking, auto masking. So if you do mask by polygroups, this is per brush so that you can actually use it more like a move topological brush, but I like to keep it as snake hook. So it'll only affect the specific polygroup that you're working on. So you can work with things that have multiple. Yeah, I know, Carrie. Exactly. Yeah. When you work in production doing concepts, what is the expectation that's put on you, say, when compared to 2D concept artists? Is it discussed prior so the expectations of iteration are managed? Yeah, so usually because I'm a contract freelance artist, so that's usually something that happens in the interview. They want to know what I would be able to do and how that would, and like, you know, they give me what the thing is, what they're expecting me to do inside of the production, or before the production, and then I can talk to them and tell them how that would happen, what my workflow is, etc. So per contract, it is a little bit different, and sometimes I'm given, you know, sketches externally, and then I work on those and like translate it into 3D, like, and that's the concept part, like, you know, already taken care of more or less, and I'm just building off of that and jumping off from that. Sometimes I'm given the pitch myself, and then I do multiple iterations of that as well. And a lot of the time in pitch for a lot of the contract stuff that I've done is they're looking for that final frame. So either that's given, like I'm given a storyboard, right? And then they're like, can you imagine what this would be, like embellish on it, right? And then here are the characters that we already have going, or they haven't like figured out the character yet, but here's the board and generally what we want the shot to look like. Okay, and then I kind of go off of there and I build up what that would look like. Sometimes, you know, one of the things that I was given assets to work with, right? And sometimes I do my own. So it's different contract to contract. Ideally, though, you are talking about that, or they tell you what your expectations are going to be. It's not like you have to do exactly what the 2D artists are doing. Sometimes if you're a 3D in 3D concept, that will look like you're, you know, doing sketches, or it'll look like you're jumping off of a base mesh. It really, And then you might also just not be only a concept artist. You might also be a character artist on top of that. So sometimes the concept stuff that I do, I also pull it into a final model. It really just depends on where and what the production is doing, how fast they need things, etc. All right, so I'm going to be stopping here. I did not get to finish the hands, I'm sorry, but we got some things, you know, toggled or whatever. I gotta make room for the next person, so I will put this guy on the screen right here. Like so. All right. So thank you guys so much for hanging out. If you are interested in following any of my socials, this is the link right there. I'll put it in the chat for you as well, right here. I'll answer your questions right after I do my ending. And yeah, if you want the Discord as well, there's get that for you. Hello. Here you go. Yeah, no, thank you for hanging out. So thank you guys so much for hanging out. Yes. Z-Spheres, yes, it's good for blocking, correct. Job searching, what's the general art title for your job? 3D concept, just 3D character model, etc. I wear like a lot of hats, so I search for multiple different things. 3D concept, yeah, concept artist, illustrator, character modeler, character art. There's a lot of different things, right? Oh, thanks. All right. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. Yes, link is right here. And I think the next person is going to... Eric Keller, I think, is next. And he does bug stuff. So if you're interested in that, hang out. Otherwise, I will be back next week. And we're going to do something new. Like we always do. Just sketching. All right. So thank you guys so much. Have a great rest of your evening. And... try ZBrush. See you.